Okay, folks, good morning. Good morning from the frigid house. Move the light into position. I think that's about right. Here, as soon as I can wake up. It's hard to wake up with things that are cold when the house is freezing. It's somewhere in the low 60s, but everything I have for breakfast and everything I drink is cold, so. Not a complaint, just an observation. I only complain when it's freaking hot. So. Let's see. And I actually like wearing long sleeves, but it's just such a rare opportunity. I can stand it. All right. So what are we going to work on this morning? Well, we can finish up the rest of these tanks because I already shot the video and published the video on the Valentine's, and I could certainly do that. But there is one video I have not completely shot yet, and that involves assembling something that I got. And before, I'd be worried about stealing my own thunder. I don't worry about that anymore because so few of you watch these things than watch the unboxing videos, and I think it's beneficial to show things that are complete in here. So I got a big order yesterday, and 4 of them of something that hasn't been available anywhere until very recently. So I need to put them together, and I probably should paint one of them today if I can get it warm enough for the airbrush. I think it's going to get into the maybe 60. So I think that might work. But this is a brand new A13 brand new A13 tank that is not available in this scale by anybody without a conversion kit. And this is the A13 Mark IV A. This is the last version, the most modern version they made of this vehicle. Let's put this on. That served in North Africa. So you think, oh, well, S model makes it. Well, S model makes the wrong version. S model makes the earliest version of the A13. It was pretty much the only one that it was used in Europe. So that one's useless unless you buy a conversion kit from Dan Taylor Model Works, which is, by the time you buy that, you're spending a ton of money. You're spending $40 US or something like that for it, and you have to do all the photo etching stuff. And I think it's out of production right now. It's out of print. So SS Models does make this. It's available on eBay, and is basically this vehicle with the cyan skirts are a little bit different, but it's got the Vickers machine gun in it instead of the Bisa. And then there's a 3D printer out here that does make this, which is the increased chin armor on it. But that's not quite the same thing, and it still has the Vickers. So then with the North African, they're like, these Vickers aren't working really well. They're jamming on us. So, but nobody has made this thing. So let's put a couple of these together because we need them for our video that we're going to publish. And if you get to see it here ahead of time, well, that's what you get for tuning in. You get the fast track stuff. And we got 4 of these. I have a scenario that actually takes 6. Hope everything's in here. See how the attachment points are. The attachment points of this Averne one kind of actually stink. They're not very good. And these sand skirts, shout out to Chad at Iron Horse Collectibles. These sand skirts are nice and thick, meaning they're not going to break on me. But this is hot off the presses here. If anything needs to be fixed on this, well, we'll find out here shortly. All right, so let's put one of them together. Let's make sure that we got all the pieces here. There's that side and this side. These go together, okay? We have this one. Haha. And this one, that goes together, okay? And this one. That's 2 different sets. This one goes here. This one goes here. Those 2 go together. Okay. That's all. And then we have 4 sets of these, which is basically the 20 millimeter, the 40 millimeter cannon. Sorry, 2-pounder. And it is beautifully drilled out or divoted in the barrel. Beautiful. And he sent me an extra barrel. Perfect. I know he would. I know what he was doing there. You probably don't want to hear from me. Take your barrels and shove them. No, no, that's good. It's just a unique smell they have, and it's not a bad smell. It's just it is what it is. And we'll rip these little spider webs off. And this might be all we get done this morning. That's okay. You could use an X-Acto blade, but what I found with X-Acto blade is it's really stressful. It's really stressful to chip this stuff off and not chip something else. Well, why are you using it right now? Well, sometimes you have to use it, but as a general rule, I like to try to avoid that if I can. Really impressed with the sand skirts. Sand shields, I don't know. I just did that video last night, and I called it, side skirts, sand shields. I called it. Use them all entertaining, interchangeably. The headlamps are beautiful. Really, really, really nice model. The exhaust. So I don't mind putting my actual models together. However, after spending a week trying to put some models together from Plastic Soldier Company, and they were a lot more time consuming than I was expecting, there's something to be said about, bam, you're good to go, with this. No, they're not A9s, they're A13s. They're A13s that we had made by, I'm sorry, that we had designed by Wargame 3D. They're available now. I had a conversation with my 3D printer. I said, man, it sure would be nice if they would make the right A13. The A13 Mark IV A's. Like, let me contact them, see if they can do them. And he's like, yeah, they're willing to do it. You want me to do it? So he footed the bill for it, and I sent him the pictures. I said, send me some pictures on them. I said, I'll send you all kinds of stuff. You get them made, I'll take 4 of them. So I took 4 of them. So now I'll have 6. One will have the chin with the Vickers, unfortunately. This one is the one that's available from SS Model, which is almost what I want. I wanted these. I wanted all of them like this. You look at pictures of A13s in the desert, they're all going to be this kind. So now we have 4 of these and 1 each of the other 2. So these are hot off the presses. I need to paint one of these quick. I mean, shit, I was the instigator of it. I should have the first one painted. So, absolutely beautiful. These are hot off the presses. They literally designed this from scratch, because the people that make this, or the gentleman that makes this one, it would have been real easy for him to modify just a mantlet and the sand skirts. And by the way, how does it size? It's a little different. It's not. Width is damn near the same. Each 3D designer is going to have a few things that are different. So if you don't have any, buy some from them so we can keep doing this process. And come across something I need, I may let them know, hey, you got somebody that can make this thing? I'll send you the pictures. And the only way to get this accurately in 1/72 or 1/76, I use them both interchangeably. I have a preference, but I wouldn't not buy something because it's 1/76 scale. Is to, I guess you could get one for about 20 pounds from, not MMS, who's the other people? The resin folks that have lots of bubbles, unfortunately. They make one as well. But the Dan Taylor conversion kit it's like 14 pounds. plus shipping for me, and I have to buy the other ones, and I got to modify them. I got to buy the ones from S model and modify them. That's just cost prohibitive. I mean, look how much effort it took me to build the plastic soldier companies. They came all together. So Iron Horse Collectibles has this. I mean, I've been wanting this for a very long time. And I actually don't have any A9s. I did not get the Plastic Soldier Company A9s. Not because I don't want them, just because, actually, the only reason I got these is because the last order that I got in, I had the conversation. He's like, well, let's see what they can. I think they're slow. And then they turned around and did it really quick. And I was thinking, it's going to annoy the living shit out. If I was a catalyst for getting this thing designed, and I don't have them, and some other person builds them before me, that would upset me. At least one of them. Let me build one of them first. So I'm like, all right, I guess I'll put another order in. And I got more Panzer IIIs as well. So I got enough to do that scenario. I just got to paint them up now. An all tank scenario, so. I got 2 desert playmats from Tiny War Games UK. So I can do, see how big is you put them together. 8x6 or something like that. I got 2 4x6s, plus they're a little bit bigger than that. I think that's what they are, 4x6s. Anyways, they'll cover the whatchamacallit. I mean, I've had them. I didn't just get them. With the whole Tiny War Games UK debacle. So I have the unboxing video of these things, but I kind of want to show what these things look like built. So I have 2 alternatives. Either I work on this clandestinely, and you guys don't know about it, so I don't steal your thunder. Or just say, you know what? There's not that many people that watch my videos anyways live. Besides, you guys get a sneak peek. Even the Bisa is drilled out. Crazy. I got one with the turret hatch open, and the other one's closed. It's actually neither one of these 2 models was available with it open, so we've got 6 tanks. Only one of them's got a lad that pops his head out. that one's completely done. This one's completely done. Running gear. I mean, the individual teeth. I mean, this thing has, detail that is rare to be seen on plastic models. And you'd be hard pressed to get, unless you're using separate link track, which I don't have a problem with, you're going to be hard pressed to have a more realistic sag than on some of these 3D printed things. This suspension definitely is more durable than the one from Avernes. Nowadays, I tend to prefer getting 3D printed models if they have what I want. They need less assembly, and most have good to excellent detail. Yeah, I'm not a fan of cleaning up what I'm doing right now, but I have to do that kind of cleanup when I was doing the Plastic Soldier Company. So, what difference is it? The only difference is I can't use the weld cement on this, which is a shame. I'd love to. All right, so now let's see. I already know I got to modify some stuff on here already, just by doing the preliminary fit. This is going to fit here. But in the back, we have something that needs to have a hole in it, and it does not have a hole. It's got this little peg and no peg hole for it, which is okay. So I got two options. I can either drill this out and put the peg inside, but in doing so, I need to somehow get this in here, and this sand skirt's going to be in the way, or just lop the thing off. And I think that's what I'm going to go in and do, because there's not a peg hole at the front, and really doesn't need to be. So it's kind of like they 3D print. The guys that 3D printed this, not the guys that 3D printed, the guys that designed this kind of left that off. So that's what we're going to do. Let's get my Tamiya cutters out here. I wish that technology was available 20 years earlier, because I could have been doing this for 20 years. You know, when I didn't have to switch glasses. Still have attached 172nd, 176. Get through. Just acquired 3 more Airfix Crusaders for use in Tunisia and Italy. Only one built. Yeah. Jeez. Violent. Tunisia. Why are your troops getting chewed up? Because they're in Tunisia. Okay. It goes together pretty well. This needs to go in a little bit more. I still haven't had that piece on the Humber that turned up. I'm not worried about it. And I'm not going to make any of them Humber 4s. I was going to make one a Humber 3. I'm like, oh, okay, we could do this. I'm like, oh, we can't put the wheel on the side. Never mind. Decision made. Okay, we're good there. Same thing, we're just gonna lop this thing off. Interesting. Good morning, Ben. Yeah, let's go ahead and put it on the end there. Now, the good thing about this 3D printer as opposed to resin is just inflexible completely. And you try to, if something's molded incorrectly or screwed, say, oh, use hot water. I had one experience of doing that and it didn't turn out well. yes, the Tinkerbell sound. I had to try to find a sound that wasn't going to drive my wife crazy when it went off, because she's always asleep when my alarm's going off. Want to put me in a bad mood? Have me wake up at the same time everybody else wakes up, and not get my hobby time in the morning. Then I'm in a bad mood. Just hold this for a little bit. I guess I could probably use the regular super glue, but I like the fact that I can adjust this a little bit if something goes sideways. And now, the barrel, which I got set an extra barrel. Perfect. Although I haven't had a barrel issue yet. Not bragging, just saying. Yeah, his resin is like rubbery. And that's a good thing. Let's get rid of the trash so we're not confused. Beautiful barrel. Now, let's take some photos. There it is in all its glory. A13 Mark IV-A. A stands for Aguilar. That was the. I don't understand why anybody didn't make these things. So, if you like it, make sure you buy some from them. Because I'm going to ask them to make more stuff again. If it's not available, make it. You know. I said, you make this, I'll buy 4 of them. That's the only reason I got them so soon. I'm like, I'm getting overwhelmed with stuff. I won't be buying anything for a while. Because like, I'm like overwhelmed, but. And I mean, the sand shields are like freaking awesome. Okay, next. I guess this is a common denominator, that there's this little piece of flash that's here in this spot. Not really, it's almost like it's melted in. It's small. Probably wouldn't even notice it if I didn't have my contacts in. You know, I wish I had the time to learn the CAD stuff to be able to do it. To relearn the CAD stuff, I should say. I could do that, but then I wouldn't do any painting. You know, so that's not really a fair trade. Really impressed with these sand skirts because the ones on the other one were really thin and they cracked. But maybe these guys have more experience designing things that are robust. Ooh, I get a free tree trunk. Got one with the commander's hatch open. And none of the models actually have this. There's like this little grab handle here on the side. None of them have that, other than this one. And I'll never buy another SS model. They're not very. They're made well, but the resin's just not the same robustness. All right, front. Front looks good. This side. I mean, there's tiny little loopholes to lift the turret up off the bottom. And these guys should operate pretty well because this is a three-man turret. So you got a commander that's can assist. Instead of having a commander that can do. And these little handles are not straight. They've got a gap underneath them. Just some crazy detail. Any of you guys built models by a company called Attack? Are they any good? Are they super finicky? You know, Plastic Soldier Company could be improved 100 times over. Not 100 times over. 100% more. If they just had little marks where everything went. You know, make everything the same. I don't care that things are out of scale a little bit. You know, I'm not going to measure things out here with a micrometer or a caliper or anything like that, but they need to be able to fit together well. And once I was surprised, once I knew that on that Mark IV Humber, I wasn't able to put the wheel where it needed to go, which I would have only known by photographic evidence. It's not listed in the instructions. The instructions make it sound like, just switch the turret and you got another vehicle. But once I found out that, and they were primarily issued to infantry divisions, I'm like, I really don't need a Mark IV right now. But that company Attack makes one. I suspect that they're super finicky. No, nothing? Okay. Well, I only got 2 days in the UK coming up, so that's kind of a short time span. But I think I should have enough time to get my knighthood in. Because that's what I like. I like to hang out with pompous folks. Not at all. Man, I gotta go get my. I better go get my whatchamacallit, my eye shield thing. I just have to close my eyes, look this way, turn your head and cough. All right, we're gonna mix it up. We're gonna use the other super glue and see if it sets a little faster. There's times to use this, and now I've gotten kind of in the habit of using it for everything. And I got a lot more of this other stuff, I think. Just sounded kind of weird there. Let's do this one a little. Let's do this one a little bit different. Let's make sure this isn't one that's damn near empty. It might be. Yeah. Come on. I don't want to throw them away, but there's a red one. Do I have another blue? Nope, that's it. Wow. I don't really use this for much. All right, here we go. I got the red one that's thin. I'm not a fan of that one. It's done. Okay. Good morning, Marcus. Check it out, man. A13 Mark IV-A. Hot off the presses. Not available in stores. Yeah, well, those of you guys, like everybody that's on right now, you guys already know this stuff because you watched it live. So, I was all concerned about, not stealing my own thunder, but at some point, I need company to get this stuff knocked out. And I don't want to like work on something and like the video's not ready or whatever and I basically don't have anything to work with just because I don't want to steal my own thunder. I'm like, screw it. You guys get first dibs. You'll find out about this stuff before anybody else will. Because otherwise, I do like showing how these models or whatever are completed. But in completing them, I'm stealing my own thunder if I'm showing you what I'm working on beforehand. But I don't care. It's not right to me. It's not right for me to like do all these reviews and then oh well I gotta hide this stuff from everybody. And there's some things I didn't mention. On it as well. Like I think the turret on it's small, but I understand that they're war games models, but they should be able to go together well, and not you shouldn't have to fight something along the way. And I felt like a lot of it was like I was gonna go on a road trip and I was in the front seat of a wildcat in my car. I was like fighting the thing the whole damn way going down the road. I'm like, man, just should have been easier. It should have been easier for what I would consider a basic model of something. Yeah, I got home and I'm like, I gotta knock this thing out because this is just like it's gnawing at me that I don't have that thing built that video out yet. And here's the one that I have with the commander's cupula. It's another one of those words that people have really odd ways of pronouncing. I've always pronounced it a cupula. Cupola. Just sounds weird. This 2 pounder is beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. Flares at the end. It's got some flare. And the bees is actually drilled out also. Or the end has a divot in it. Let's get rid of these odds and ends. Are you sitting there thinking, is this really a barrel? Nope, no, it's not. It's flash. So hopefully he sells lots of these. Because I don't know if I'll get another opportunity to him volunteering to put the money up front for it. Because I don't like paying for things ahead of time. It bugs me. I'm like, hey, here's this whatever membership. If you pay $75, we'll give you a discount on something maybe throughout the year. I'm like, that's just not me. I'm like, nah, I'm good. I don't need something that badly. I told him, I said, he told me how much it was gonna be made to do it, and he was willing to upfront it. I was like, well, I'll order 4 of them if you do it. I don't know if it's available to all the other Wargame 3D people. Hopefully not. I mean, if you had to put the money up front for it, which wasn't a ton of money, it's actually pretty reasonable. And hopefully that goes well for him because I could definitely see doing that in the future. Marmon Harrington Mark II. just to mention some names. There's a lot of stuff made by two of the people that he has at the bottom of his page, but he's told me that they don't print well for anything larger than 15 millimeter. A lot of stuff. Like the most prolific one, they make this vehicle in 15. I think they do. Um, yeah, and the sand shields are really thick on this. I mean, not like, I mean that as a bad thing. Like they're durable. Iron Horse Collectibles. Bergman. It's this Bergman collection. Those sons of bitches make everything. I think that's the one. Valentine Bridge Layer. Like that's freaking cool. But this is really set up for 15 millimeter. He said, yeah, they don't print big better than anything else. And the barrels are kind of thick. I don't mind if the barrels are kind of thick. I just don't want them to look like all sloppy. You know, like something that's supposed to have sharp edges, and then it's just like blah. Um, Maybe it's the other one. Maybe it's Tiger Ace. They both do a bunch of stuff. Yeah, Tiger Ace make an eight. Yeah, they make the A13. Oh man, they make all kinds of stuff. Vorpanzers and things. Tiger Ace. I wonder if there's pictures of their stuff. Tiger Ace 1945. No, not 1944. 1945. 3D. All the models of Tiger Ace 1945. The repository of 3D printable designs shared by Tiger Ace 1945. Okay, well, don't show me a picture of it, of the picture of the actual vehicle. We know what that looks like. Assault pack free. What the hell comes in the assault pack? Oh, goodness. Okay. Getting ready to put your next order tomorrow. Okay. Well, the only reason I ordered this one so quick is because I gotta get one of these painted. I gotta get one of these painted before anybody else. You know, it's not right if somebody gets to finish one before me. I was the one that sent them all the damn drawings. he has something on his 3D printer. I don't know what it is. But it's always in this location. Or maybe it's on the 3D print. It's on every 3D print. There's this little part that's stuck to it. And it's always, it must be, I'm going to take a picture and show it to him. It's not a big deal. But it's like, you know, if you're asking me did everything come out okay, I said, okay, well, I'll let you know. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's, and it's just kind of strange how some places can be completely free of these things and then other places have them. Just like some areas, it just you can't see any lines at all, and then some areas like these slopes, you have them there. It's okay. I mean, it happens on all of them. There was I was reading in my book. There's one of the forces, one of the U.S. tank forces that was pushing on Tunisia in November of 1942. Came across some. It was a company of Stuarts, and it came across some airfield that the Germans were in, and basically pulled like a Rogue Heroes on them, and just shot up like 20 planes on the ground, like a Wolfwaffe. No, that's something different. Those guys howl a lot. The Wolfwaffe. Yeah, I was just reading about that yesterday, or just listening to that yesterday. I didn't know about that. Like, why don't they share things like that? That's pretty interesting. What's on your next order? You probably haven't figured it out yet. But I just, this almost came too quick. But I did tell him, I said, yeah, just make sure you have it here by such and such a time. And he had an extra week to play with. I didn't want it sitting up my doorstep and I'm gone for 2 weeks. Or more than 2 weeks. These headlamps are beautiful. Lots to like right here. Lots to like. And I'm afraid all these are going to have to be counter. I may make some other options since I'm doing so many of them. I'd like for them to be different. Do you intend on doing any actions in Tunisia inspired by a reading? likely. It's likely to happen at some point. I think so. You'll know that I'm going to do Tunisia when you see me doing American tanks with yellow markings on them, which I'm actually a fan of. It gives them some personality. You know the one Valentine's going to be for Tunisia. Even though the Valentine, I mean, there were Valentine Mark twos that were running around Tunisia. I'm surprised. Like, really? Like, the earliest version that went to the desert is still running around Tunisia with a 2-pounder? I mean, a 2-pounder is pretty shitty in early 43. There's a lot of things they can knock out, but still, that's pretty lame. You know? I mean, a 2-pounder sucks when you got Shermans running around. But I'm probably going to download the digital copy of the Tunisian Desert Armor book and take it with me to Europe, and then I don't have to fret about it getting destroyed in the transit. I prefer a physical book, but the problem with a digital book is like, all right, where did I left off? Where did I leave off? I'm not good at that. Doing a bookmark, I usually have to shut the book down like in a hurry, and then where did I leave off again? But yeah, I plan on doing. I'm planning on doing some of that stuff as well, and not because I'm in a hurry to do a Desert Tiger or whatever. An eclectic mix of SDKFZ 10 with 2 millimeter flak. Okay, 20 millimeter flak. Panzer III and my least favorite Panzer III. That's not true. I don't like the Panzer IIIs with no turret box. M3 one half track. Okay, M8. M8 will be a lot better than the M8 I have from Rafam. I won't buy any more Rafam stuff. Let's put it that way. That's a pain to put together. SAS Willys Jeep, long range desert group Ford with 37 millimeter gun, and the captured Dorchester for Rommel. I don't know if anybody makes. One vehicle that comes up a lot is the Porte, and I don't know that they make a Porte with the 2-pounder. I don't know if anybody makes one of those, but I'm not in a hurry to buy other shit. I'm good for a while. I'm in danger of being overwhelmed. These are the same one. There we go. Well, that video that I just put yesterday, I hope I don't get any nasty mail from Plastic Soldier Company. That's not what the intention is supposed to be. I really like them, but all of this, almost everything could have been solved by just put some little marks on your models. And they're not going to do that. They've gone down the 3D printing route as well. And I've heard from several different people that they're not doing a very good job with that. They're getting 3D stuff that's not cured properly. You have one of your stash, I think, from Britannia. I won't be doing any of those either. Those are, I have some of the Britannia stuff, but it just has soft detail when it should have hard edges on things. It's not like it's a cost savings or anything, so. Whoa, Nelly. Millicast. That's what I was thinking about the other day. Who also make they make this vehicle, but they're like 20 quid or something like that, unshipped. And Millicast stuff, I'm martyred by them, and it's bubble-rama. It's not that it's not workable, but it just doesn't inspire me to buy more of their stuff when I got to do that much work for them. I think your review is quite balanced in every case. You said you'd buy a kit again, unlike a Pegasus King Tigers. Those things, that is, I don't think I'll ever encounter a kit as bad as those. Because the plastic won't glue. Like, who the hell makes plastic that doesn't glue? Is it made like out of melted Kewpie dolls or something? Maybe. Yeah. But that's why I don't want to be not that people are, not that people lining up to sponsor me. I'm not interested in that. 'Cause I want to be frank with people. And I don't want to be like, hey, we're sponsoring you. I want you to do this next. Well, that doesn't really fit my my agenda, which is kind of like not having an agenda. There's stuff I want to work on, but if I feel like, building a desert pink Valentine, doing that next, that's what I want to do next. And just, I don't know, maybe it's just, especially with like the news and everything, I start seeing something, hey, this is sponsored by so-and-so. I'm like, is this a fair review? Is that really the case? Paint. People are like, I don't trust people's opinion on paint. I've seen too many people that are just fanboys of stuff. I don't use anything but enamels from Humbrol. Okay. It's no longer 1974, pal. I wish my review wasn't so long, but because some people have attention span issues. I'm not necessarily saying any of you guys, but you're just going to have to take medication for that or you'll miss out on my content. Sometimes if you make things, it's like people always want to dumb it down. It's never good enough for them. And it's like, well, I'm doing this stuff. I'm doing what I want for me. If that works for you, well, that's great. But if it doesn't, well, then you'll have to, I guess, miss out. Now, if I did this for a living, yeah, it'd be different, but I don't. But that's how we're going to do stuff from now on. We're going to show at least built. Because anybody can do an unboxing video, and there's lots of them out there. One guy that I've watched for some of his videos, he spends a lot of time on what the outside of the box looks like. And like, I don't give a rip about that. Oh, Nelly. Let's not do that yet. I put too much pressure on it. Some of your Humboldt paints are probably from the early '90s. Can't wait to finish them. But I don't throw things away. I know that. I know it's better than being wasteful. I get that. Some people may not understand that, but I understand it. I did a lot of this hobby stuff when I basically had a part time job and didn't have a vehicle, and everybody else did, and notice how I did that because where you live, none of your neighbors probably have vehicles too, and that's fine. You don't need one. It'd probably be it'd be inconvenient, but you don't want to be the only person in Virginia without a car. You know what I'm saying? So and I'm not a jealous person, but I get really jealous when I find out somebody has multiple vehicles and like they live alone. That's you, Rick. I can't imagine having a second vehicle. I mean, I just can't imagine it. I wouldn't want to. I wouldn't want to pay a tag for two vehicles, insurance for two vehicles. Well, remember, you only get to see what people show you. Some people are like, oh man, I got all this stuff, and then they live in a freaking trailer. It's falling apart. Or they live somewhere that's unsafe, which is almost like rule number one. You can't live somewhere that you're dealing with crime scene every other day when you come home from work. Especially if you got people at home you're supposed to be protecting. I've said it before. I don't have to stay at a super nice hotel, but if the girls are with me, there's some places that I would go that they're not going with me. Like that damn hotel that we stay at for our convention, which I don't know if I'm going to stay at it again. Last time I just went down the road. That whole having a freaking flood and alarm at freaking 2 o'clock in the morning, like the end of the world was. I'm not dealing with that shit, man. I work too hard for that kind of crap, just to save $30 or something. It's like, as a matter of fact, I'm actually considering. Geez, I'm all over the place this time. I'm actually considering not going to the conventions this year. Our local ones. They're just, I just want to go to hang out with folks. That's about it. I don't care to play the games. It's not that I had a bad time. It's just is it really worth a couple $100 plus? You know. And a lot of those things is like, man, I don't want to. What's the thing that Jeffrey says? The fear of missing out, FOMO. I don't really have that very much, but I do have the fear of missing out. Like if it's like, well, I got to go to this one because I've been to every one of them, and then I can't say that I've been to all of them, kind of thing. But once you miss one, you're like, F it, I don't give a shit now. You know. You know, I can't say I've been to every Historicon since I started going because they canceled one year. I'm like, well, I don't care if I go to every one of them now because I can't, you know. I've never been to a convention, but I likely go to Historicon at some point. It's near the factory for my Uhuru design business. I know I've looked it up before. Make sure you go when it's at the convention center in Lancaster. Hopefully they keep holding it there. That's where it should all, conventions should be at places like that. Uhuru design. Brooklyn-based new American furniture design firm specializing in, I can't say that word, custom and high-end commercial. I hate that word. Oh, there's a Wikipedia article. Reuse project including reclaiming and hand-working wood from the Coney Island Boardwalk and Kentucky bourbon distilleries. Oh, that's super cool. I love things made out of wood, like bowls and stuff like that, like cutting boards. But I'm like, I don't want to cut on that. It's a work of art. Do I have my thing up yet? Oh, I need to put this up. The only wooden thing I have here. Where is it? I need to hang it up. Huh. You just reminded me of that. I wonder where it is. Anyway, somebody gave me a cutting board that's the shape of Florida. I'm a big fan of Florida shaped things. And it has my name etched into it. It has our last name etched into it. And it was in my room in the other house. And I guess I haven't hung it up yet. Oh well, it's here somewhere. It needs to be up in this room. Near Lancaster. Our factory is located in Denver, Pennsylvania. Denver Pa. Whiskey to see. I can't believe that Jack Daniels isn't freaking a dry county. That's like a catalyst for a hate crime. Like what's wrong with you? Like what is wrong with you? Denver. P. Denver, PA. Oh yeah. Yep. Yeah, the hotel is the convention center in downtown is right on the square, kind of like the square that they have. It's more like a roundabout, and I think it's a roundabout. I can't remember now, but anyways, it's one of those public squares where people come and it attracts people that have something to say and nobody wants to listen to. So it had people on one corner one morning, like one morning it was like repent, because Jesus is coming, and the same people you had the potheads there were complaining about something else, or it was like I stay away from those kind of places of like people that have to be heard, people that want to get in here, people on a crusade. If I want to deal with crusaders, it's A15s, not any other kind. If you want to carry a sign, at least be one of those sign twirlers, right? Make some dough on the side. We have this insurance company in town. I'm sure it's nationwide. I think it's Liberty. Nah, I don't know. I don't know if it's insurance. No, there is a Liberty insurance, but I don't think. I think it's a tax place, and they have this person that they pay. I think it's a dude. It dressed up like the Statue of Liberty, and twirling a sign around because it's kind of like their logo. It's like, man, I don't think I'd be that hard up for cash, but staying on a busy corner. But at least they're working. So these actually have less flash than a lot of some of their other ones. Less spiders. Dude looks like a lady. No, not the ladies I'm interested in. Definitely not ladylike. Yeah, I have to take a picture of him. I see him again. I almost want to say that it looks like one of them bearded ladies. It's some tax thing, I think. I'm pretty sure it's a tax service or something. At least if you're dressing up like a funky chicken or something like that, promoting some chicken place, at least you can, you can hide from the public and nobody would recognize you. Do you know that Aerosmith song? I do. How can I not know what that Aerosmith song? Come on, man. Yep. There's some really talented musical people that people haven't heard of before, and I'm not talking about Aerosmith, but that reminded me of there's this. My daughter sent me this band that is from France somewhere, and they do like popular music, but they make it really industrial. Like they use like garbage cans and shit like that. They'll make like a trombone that's made out of like a, a piece of pipe and like one of those rubber cones or whatever for construction things, and they just make all kinds of off the wall kind of stuff. And it's like she showed that to me over the holidays, and I'm like, these people are more talented than the ones that make the real music. Like, screw the playing real instruments, man. This guy's like playing two garbage cans and like two rubber garbage cans and shit like that. And like, it's really really talented stuff. And they don't have a contract. Well, who knows if they do, but it's kind of like on their own little YouTube channel. Yeah, stuff of that genre I know really well. If we want to talk about country music, I am not your person. Or rap. Nope. No, I checked out. I checked out of that. I'm no good. I'm no good at that. Yeah, especially music, because there's a lot of music I don't like. As soon as I start hearing it, I don't like it. I turn it to something else. So I'm real particular about if you're gonna give me the skip control. Now that you think about it, we didn't listen to a lot of Christmas music this Christmas season, or maybe as much as other times. The girls really liked that. There's a couple songs I just, if I'd ever heard them again, it'd be too soon. Of course, I didn't write down what the hell they are, so I gotta wait until Christmas season again to to hear it, to be tortured by that. Okay, so once we're done with this guy, hello. We're gonna get a beverage, and then we're gonna go finish the rest of Plastic Soldier Company stuff that we have that we weren't able to. And I'm not going to be putting together any of the other Kulan Panzer threes that I got because I've already put one of each together. We're going to finish them individually before I go and do all three. And hopefully I'll be able to airbrush today. Although I'm not putting any money on it because it's probably too cold for airbrushing. It's certainly too cold for airbrushing now. It's near freezing. It's too cold for the paint to behave properly. In a civilized manner. Okay. Let's throw this in the garbage can. Oh no, this is an extra barrel. I may need one of those. Short session for me, but I should have some hobby time this afternoon. Okay, man. Be well. We got a Britisher around here somewhere. There he is. Yeah, cool looking vehicle. You know, if it had better detail on the wheels, this would be a really sexy vehicle. It's the vehicle. The wheels are just kind of like thrown together, like just put some wheels on it. Well, we don't have any. We'll just get some of those table covers and some of those tabletops and just throw them on there. It's a bit of that. Really, really nice. Okay, I'll be right back. various pieces of flash, etc. The super glue can go away. All right, it's time to put the last Humber together. Eleventh Hussars to the rescue. They had like 50 of these in the 11th Hussars, Operation Crusader. 50, 51. Drum roll. Well, it's the last one. I'm going to tinker with that that side wheel. That wheel on the side. I don't know that I'm going to do anything with it, but I'm going to tinker with it. Now, I don't know how these guys make their molds, but it seems like a lot of their stuff is out of dimension. Which I'm not interested in getting it out here with a caliper, but they do need to fit together properly. You know, if the stuff doesn't fit together properly, that's like a problem. If the master that you're using is not 100% accurate, I don't have that much of a problem with it because they are supposedly war game models. But they do need to fit together correctly. And I don't mind putting these things together. I'm not a big fan of cleaning the flash off of things. And like I said while I was putting these things together and on the video, nobody does what these guys do. And I mean that in a good way. Nobody would give you, no one would give you, that I've seen, this piece of flat plastic here that you can't assemble wrong because it goes up against this other one. So it keeps it at the correct angle. Anybody else would be like, you know, this would be just kind of floating here. It wouldn't be beveled. There'd be all kinds of issues. And, you know, you'd get it all lined up straight. And then when you look at it at the end, it wouldn't be square like this. It'd be like off a little bit. And then you have to straighten it back up. It was like that, Hetzer I have was a nightmare. That Hetzer was a nightmare. And I'm a pretty experienced person, so if I'm having issues with it, I know other people are having issues with it as well. I've put things together that some of the people that I know have thrown across the room and broken it. Wonder if an artifact of scaling the 15 millimeter sculpts to 20. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if they're made originally in 15s and we're just the, what's the terminology? The ugly stepbrother. I'm not sure. But if you look close at this has markings on it like it's 3D printed. if you look close, you'll see that this has lines that I've never seen in a plastic model before. I mean, I've seen them on other plastic Soldier Company stuff before, but let's see if I can. You've probably noticed this as well. Let's see if we can kill this. I don't know if that's... Why does a plastic model have beveling lines like that? There's no Airfix thing I've ever seen like that. You know, there's no Tamiya kit I've ever seen like that. What is that? Why is the front of this plate, and it's smooth, mostly smooth. Maybe these guys are getting somebody to 3D print stuff for them, and then they're making molds out of it. I really don't know how they make these things, but something queer's afoot. But these things go together marvelously. Like, I can just glue one side and then glue the other one later, and it'll be at the right angle. Instead of like, all right, line everything up and make sure that Saturn is in the right place in the sky. And that Hetzer was a nightmare. And that's just a repackaged Italeri one. But the mold was originally an Eschi. I don't know why so many people hold Eschi in high regard. Maybe they just had a high variety of different vehicles, but honestly, most of them put together, they suck. I mean, I know they're dated, but I'm not really a fan. But look at this. This is like a perfect fit. And this is where I was expecting, when you said, Jeffrey, that there was something wrong with this. This is where I figured the problem was going to be. So, I don't know if you were watching a video where I was doing it live, but I was using like this white tack and making sure everything was an angle. So, yeah, I didn't want to have this live glue and this thing's melting on me kind of thing. And that's not where it was. We know where it is now. And that could have been solved. That issue could have been solved by put a little line where it goes, you know, or I get it. You don't want to put a post on there or anything. I don't really know how they manufacture these. Maybe these are all 3D prints originally, and then they explode them. And in exploding them, they don't put posts on them. But the fit on this is, I mean, there's no 4-part hull I've ever seen that goes together as well as this. So that part of it's designed really well. I don't know if this would be accurate even if that tire would fit in there, because you got this door here. Why would they intentionally block the door? Because the door is like a weak point. Let's get that spare. And then some old models that I think are still in production. The Humber from Hasegawa, I believe, is still in production. it's just too expensive for an old model that lacks detail. But nobody else does a one-piece tire. This is huge for me. When I built those Rodin kits, man, those tires are all multi-piece. At least it went together really well, but they were definitely playing from the Eschi playbook. If I mount this on here, the whole wheel is going to be on one side, which I guess could work if that's what you really want to do. And I don't have a problem putting the 15 millimeter in the 15 millimeter in the Bisa and the turret of the Mark IV, and making it a Mark III. But then I still have to deal with that, and I don't know that I wanted. I don't know that I want to do that. I just assume make them Mark IIs. All right. Let's look at it. Let's look at it for a second. Let's look at the see, I should be able to do this with one go. Scale mates, Humber, 3, Bronco. I hate it when this happens. Let's see, can we rotate this? Let's see. Samsung Notes is not going to let me. Word, Canva. Let me try opening it in Canva. Oh, you want me to play with accounts? We'll just open it to deal with it being sideways. There's a note in here in the instructions. For best reference photos, please visit Jim Burrell's Public Gallery album. http://picassoweb.google.com.reenactor.vandalrestoration.pa. Okay. Fuck it, let's take a look at that. I'm going to do it on computer, though. Because I fat finger things a lot on. Let's bring you guys along with me. I fat finger things on the phone a lot. All right, let's find out what this thing is. HTTP. Normally you wouldn't have to do this, but. And who knows, this might be an old link, it may not work anymore. Wow, I can't see the keyboard. Okay. / Picasso Web. Picasso Web. google.com slash reenactor 2 slash it shows a capital V. I might as well put it on there. Vandal Restoration PA, must be Pennsylvania. Okay. PicassoWeb.google.com Renactor2 slash Vandal Restoration PA pound. That's an error. Well, I'm certainly not typing that bloody thing again. Okay, well, F it then. Screw that guy. I could look at one other way. Let's try one other way. How about I check it and see if it takes me anywhere? I'm going to do a Google search for Jim Burrell. Supposed to leave it correctly. Humber. Might have moved. Okay. Looks like it may have moved. Okay, so let's, all right, I'm going to go ahead and move, let's go to here, and let's share the screen. And then we're going to go here. All right, this is what we get. Humber Mark IV, Jim Burrell, the main partner in this project, took these photos in about 2004 during a visit with his wife. Time passed by, put the money down. Okay, here's Humber. Oh, these are all Humber Mark IVs. Let's see where it takes us. Steel Soldiers. Let's see. I'm looking for photos. I don't want to necessarily read text. See if these links even work. Okay. Ah, yes, advertising. Okay, turret roof. Okay, and forward towards the drive compartment. Jim Burrell, main partner, took these photos and his chest, pulled the turret off, pulled the hull off, interior bits were stowed and drywall set aside. The engine had a new block, okay. The process took about 5 years, and the car finally was ready to be stuffed in a container and shipped to the U.S. It was shipped to the port of Baltimore, where it was shot up by hoodlums. Oh wait, I added that part. And several of our World War II enacting group was at Allen Course Place home packing container. This photo array is at his URL. Let's see if it's still here. Nope. It's like his URL's dead. Oh, there's a YouTube video for it? Well, I don't know if I can do this on my... Stay in the zone with premium. I'm a producer. I should get premium for free. That's the wrong color shade. I'm not going to lie to you. I'd rather have one of these than a Lamborghini. I'm not playing it with volume. I don't know if there's any volume on there. There's a big gap between that wheel and the thing. The wheels might just be too big on the Plastic Soldier Company thing. Oh, that's it. Okay. Stated above, 3 walls full of parts. Clean steering, new fenders, good mechanical inside the hole. We had piles of parts. The turret was rusty, not been dealt with. Okay. We took our friend's dingo from this. March 2011 solves the new part in the project. Took over the third. I must be logged in to do that. Well, I'm not going to log in. I'm not going to create a millionth account with another passcode. Okay. All right. What else is on this? Ah, sons of bitches. I should be able to do this. There we go. Okay. The above owners have graciously offered to allow visitors to the northern suburbs of Philadelphia a special chance to visit Vandal. Okay, so they named this thing Vandal. Let's see what it looks like. Wheels are too big. Wheels are too big on the Humber. Relative to the size of the wheel well of the Plastic Soldier Company one. That's half the problem right there. I mean, it looks good, but it looks like that part is just incorrect. It looks actually better on the Plastic Soldier Company model than this real one. There's a big gap here between these two. And this tire almost looks like it's bigger than this one, but I don't think it is. Now notice this box is pushed way the hell up. If you look at the model of the Humber Mark II, this box, this lid is just slightly above. At least it's shown to be slightly above this the fender. And here it's way the hell up here. Maybe to make room for this. The question is there a door behind here? Hard to say. the Scottish. Was that the 15th Scottish? It's the problem with Scotland. It's full of Scots. Yeah, there it is. Great looking symbol. Great looking symbol. Looks like there is a door back there. But man, look at the gap here between these two. Mind that gap. There's this bloody thing here at the front. Yeah, the tires look too small. But that would allow them to fit well, wouldn't it? Even if all the other dimensions were correct. See how this container is over here? It barely sticks out past the fender and barely sticks out past the top. And on the other side, where the wheel is, it's way up there. You know, I'd make one a Mark IV if I could make it. That's funny because this link was on the instructions for a Mark III. So what the hell did they put at the front of this vehicle if the tire isn't there? Nothing. Oh, they got the cute little freckles. All right. The 2nd Battalion Gordon Highlanders were part of the 15th Scottish Division. I have no problem with making Scots. Just don't make me wear a dress. Let's see if we can't. Let's see if we can't perform a miracle. Because I'm up for the challenge. I love doing these deep dives, man. They're like empowering. This is the front, is it not? 'Tis it. But that's what it is. Look at, there's hardly any gap there. Which means these tires are oversized. And it's fine. I mean, this looks better than the actual vehicle. But if it doesn't fit now, we're gonna, oh, hello. I'm gonna put the tire here. No, there's no way to, I mean, other than leaving the box off. I could leave the box off. It's this one. Gets moved to the front. Ooh, how does that work? Yeah, I can see little 3D printing lines on this thing too. Right about the proportions of your unboxing video. Portions of the wheels and side boxes looks wrong. Yeah. I'm telling you, man, they should hire me for quality control. Send me a free kit, I'll do it for free. And I'm not a caliper guy, right? I'm not measuring this. Oh, looks like that. And there's people on 1/72nd on the way and things like that. There's these nerd burglars that come in here and it's like, well, it measures 1/75th length and 1/72nd width. I don't care about that. It needs to be able. You need to be able to put the stuff together on it. Like, I think these wheels look better than the real vehicle. So I don't have a problem with that. But if it doesn't fit, it doesn't fit. You know, you can't do it. What if I shoved this thing about as high as that thing was on the other one? It was way up here though. I mean, it was like that. Can we get this tire in there? How much more would it have to go to? I think I'm going to solve this. Because one of the things that I noticed when I was looking at the instructions, and let me pull up the instructions again. Is that the box on this side is smaller. And on this vehicle, they're the same size. I hate the fact that this is twisting on me. It drives me bananas. And it's on a PDF. I wonder if I can save as file. Let me try to save it as, let me save it as an image file. There we go. Select folder. I don't give a shit where you put it. Put it in the downloads. Done. Save. Okay. Now I'm going to open it with my gallery. Pictures. Oh shit, it's saved as 20 different things. You son of a bitch. You dick move, mother. I'd have to turn every one of them sideways. Okay, well, let's find the picture. It's certainly easier to find here. Let's do this the easy way. Let's flip this, edit it, and okay, let's look at. I'm not giving up just yet. It's a poor picture. But it's a different shaped box. Let's see. I didn't point it here so I can show it. It's a different shaped box than it is. I could have used the box for my rack. I'm telling you, I couldn't tear those pieces off. The Relv Matchbox kit gives a better idea of proportion. Yeah. You know what though? You can't do that with those. These things are durable as hell. Oh, well, this one's already put together. Okay, cool. So, if I cut this box down, this way, in other words, make it narrower. Like cut a third of it off. I think I could make it work. The question is, do I want to do that? And I think I'd want to do it before I assemble it, because it's going to be easier to get to all this stuff. I can't cut the wheel at all. Okay, the bottom of the wheel on the wheel well should sit even with the body. Okay, so if we do that, this wheel needs to sit here, and there's no space for that box. I would have to push the wheel way up like this. I could maybe do it even with the bottom of the wheel well of the fender. And then I can cut this thing down maybe a third of it. And rebuild the side here. I don't think it's worth it. By the time I do all that, I just would have bought an attack kit and be done with it. You know? I think that it's workable, but it's not like this is the only model that'll ever exist of this. And it's not like I mind having a third Mark II. So, check one thing here. And I'll say this again, I'd buy these again. I don't have any Plastic Soldier Company hate. I just think that people need to know what the hell they're getting themselves into. So, like, there's an antenna post here. Does it really have an antenna up here? I don't care. I'm not going to modify it and put it somewhere else. But, I mean, a wheel and the box is kind of like a significant thing. That it has the right turret. I mean, that kind of stuff is kind of important. I love the fact that I don't have to put any of those pieces on. I don't like building the suspension of shit and then it'd be hidden. I'm not interested in doing that. That's a waste of my time. And it's super flimsy. I tried to mess with the wreck, man. It was like, if I could have made the turret turning, it would have not been a wreck. It wouldn't have been a wreck. Honestly, it's more useful as a wreck than not as a wreck, because we can use it, and hell, it can be off to the side in every battle. We're going to make this a Mark II. Well, at least I entertained the idea. I mean, this fits together incredible. Just incredible. Like, how can you guys be so precise about this and like foul other things up? I mean, these guys should write the book on how you make a weird piece thing fit together. Because it's really, really brilliant the way they put this thing together. And then make the wheels too big. Oh well. Nobody's perfect. I'm not either. Those martyrs. Those martyrs are freaking, they're gorgeous. And they go together so well. And like one of them's like not, doesn't have a little breech thing. So I just painted it, you know. Now the bad thing about these guys, is they're all going to be overall light stone. That's it. But I am going to put markings on them, even though it looks like most of them didn't have that. They got to have something. Does one of these already have the hatch open or not? I can't remember. We definitely want one with a hatch open. Yes, yes. So this one will be closed. Because at these ranges, most of these guys are going to be running crew buttoned up. I was going to say crew unexposed. No, that's not correct. They're going to be buttoned up. And then I'll have to look and see what we're going to do with the antennas. If we even use any of these, which is not likely. Now, if I was playing some game like Rapid Fire or something like that, that's vague at best, I probably would have no problem. Like not even putting that box on. I'm putting the tire on there, but if this was something like a Rodin kit, you'd have a two-part wheel, you'd have an inside plate, you'd have an outside one, you'd have this little rod you'd have to build, and you'd have to pray to all the gods to make sure that somebody didn't press down on it with too much pressure and it would break off. It'd be more accurate and it'd fit together okay, but so there's pluses and minuses to everything. trim that. No big deal. So building those two vehicles as Rex really invigorated me to do more of that. Especially if it's something that's totally like, messed up. I keep scouring the internet to see if there's somebody selling like a bunch of Messerschmitties or something like that that are just like trashed. To make 3 or 4 of them like smashed on the ground. I don't mean because of Rowie Heroes. I mean because, the actual airfield in City Rosé. I thought I sanded these. This one doesn't look like I sanded it. Well, I can't take myself anywhere. Where's my chaperone? Now I'm going to use super glue for this. And the quick dry one. Oh, and this one fits in there tight? No, because it's the different one. Figures. Go away. Usually these are like too loose. Which is not typical for Plastic Soldier Company. Now we'll get the boompa. That's not a boomper at all. So somebody made a comment a little while ago on my Valentine that made it sound like didn't come quite out and say it, but this made it sound like the cannon that's equipped with that one is a 75 millimeter, not a 76, not a 6-pounder. Now Valentine 9, that's what it's described as. It's a Valentine 9. I didn't put words in her mouth. Had a 6-pounder gun. But that gun that it comes with has a muzzle brake on it. And I got to get to grips with that, because if that's a 75 millimeter gun and not a 57, and that gun was not used in North Africa, then I'm going to not build a Mark 9, because, you know, and I don't mean North Africa, I meant Tunisia. I'm not interested in a vehicle like that. There's a couple of them that used them as artillery observation vehicles in 44. We're not building one of those. And then I'll have to figure out how to get the tool things off, if that's the case. Like I said, the British stuff just isn't, it's just as finicky as the German stuff, but it's not as well documented. And, you know, I shouldn't be having to do that kind of research. Like, tell me how to put the model together and that it's roughly correct. I mean, these things aren't cheap. These are like $40 or something like that for 3 of them. Not shipped. They're expensive. I expect better than that. Oh, I fucked up, didn't I? Oh well. Shit happens. I should have done this before I put the wheels on. Not necessarily on the front, but on the back. I can get it in there. Let's go ahead and do that now. It was an IX, had the 6-pounder. The Mark 10 had a 6-pounder with a coaxial, and the Mark 11 had the 75-pounder. And the only problem I have with that is, and I'm good with that, but this is shown as being an IX. And it does not have a coaxial. But look at the shape of this barrel. Could that barrel be a 6-pounder? Or is it a 75 millimeter barrel? Because if it's a 75 millimeter barrel, I don't know what the hell to do. But this is the one it came with. I've never seen a picture of a 6-pounder that has that baffle on it. the muzzle brake. This is the one that came in the kit. I mean, if that's wrong, I don't know what to do. I mean, other than cut it off. Yeah, that's the problem when you're dealing with some of these models that the barrels are out of scale. You can't use the, well, that doesn't look like a whatever thickness theory. You know, like this doesn't look like a 15 millimeter. It doesn't. I mean, hell, it's bigger than a 2-pounder. You know, but we know it's supposed to represent a 15 millimeter Beza. But if they went and added a 75 millimeter gun in here, supposed to be a 6-pounder, I'm going to be really disappointed. I'm going to be really disappointed with that. I'm going to be so disappointed, I'm going to take these toolboxes and attempt to rip them off and just not do one of these at all. Because I don't need an artillery observation vehicle from like 1944 for this thing. I want this to be a main battle tank in the desert pink for, Tunisia. And I can use the other hull. The only problem is there's only one set of tools, and it's glued on this one. No problem. We know where the fixed positioning is here of this one. It's this side that's kind of free floating. Okay, now the front one, of which we only have one of the pieces. Until I find the other one, if I find it. I'm not too terribly worried about it. It's not even that noticeable. There's the front vision part. So you got these models that potentially said, hey, you can make this model, this model, this one, and then you come to find out they actually can't. That's not cool. This looks kind of small too. It doesn't overhang the sides, and I'm pretty sure it should. I'll be right back in a moment. Nope. Nope. Trying to get a snack of something. I'm freaking starving here. So here's a line drawing of a Mark 9 Valentine. And I think I can cut the end of the muzzle brake off. There's a part where it tapers and then it goes straight and then it bulbous. And don't get me wrong, I like how this looks, but I have a feeling this is a wrong gun. I have a feeling you put a damn 75 millimeter gun on this tank. Luckily, it's plenty long, which is really weird because the 75 millimeter gun is it'd be the same gun that's on the Sherman. It's less length than the 57. What's this here? Infantry Tank Mark III XI. And that's an 11. Option 1, 61st Anti-Tank Regiment, 51st Highland Infantry Division, Bremerhaven, Germany, May 1945. This is thoroughly making my head hurt. No. Muzzle brake on the gun and the kit looks wrong as if it comes from the 6-pounder. As if it comes from the 6-pounder kit. The Mark 9 had the same plain muzzle brake as the 6-pounder on the Mark II Crusader. So we'll just have to cut it off. Man, the incompetence of these people shows no end. I mean, it's like extreme now. Now they're just like showing off. now they're just showing off. Wow. Luckily, it's plenty long, so I should be able to. And then it's going to have a little part that comes up. Very disappointing. Very, 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 very disappointing. You just like you can't trust you can't trust anybody on the instructions. Yeah. Yeah, I think that'll work fine. Just cut that down. Just cut it right there at the bulbous end. These people don't know what they're doing. They don't know what they're. These don't know. They don't know what they're doing. They don't know what they're doing. And this turret doesn't go together well either. It needs to have a little notch in the front. Now I gotta go edit my video again and include that. Nope. Ah. One thing I don't like about these guys is that they fit so loose, which is really unusual. Where they just get a little bit of an angle and these things fall off. It's like the post isn't deep enough. Maybe I can add something to it to thicken that connection. Maybe a glob of super glue or something like on there. I mean, that's kind of a thing that's kind of important to me. Like, you don't want to build a King Tiger with no muzzle brake. I mean, the muzzle brake, whether something has a muzzle brake or not, is kind of an important. It's an aesthetic look. Let's do the front. Let's do the two fronts first. So what happens when you're not trying to put a lot of pressure on this so you don't crush it. I'd lean over this, but then I'd mess up my neck. I'd be hurting all day. Okay. I'd rather throw one of these things away than have a neck ache all day. You meant a Crusader 3. I know what you meant. Now that I think about it, I'm like, didn't you say Crusader 2? Mark III Crusader, yeah. I know what you meant. Yeah, this doesn't fit in the front. There's an error here in the... They have a notch for it on the back, but they don't have a notch for it at the front. That's it. Fits together pretty well once you make those modifications. And this one's going to have the hatch closed. last call for this one. Yeah, if I made this just a little bit shorter on the ends, I mean just a smidge, this would fit. This would fit in this turret. It doesn't overhang, and it should, and it fits inside this. Oh, this is a Mark II. Scalemates, Humber, Mark IV, Attack. Attack hobby kits. Yeah, I would have to just not even put the box in. I mean, I can do that, and I think I'd be able to live with myself, but so basically, someone dropped the bollock with a kit several times. Had you in the background while I was doing other things and kept getting interrupted. Somebody dropped, yep. Yeah, it's just, that's just stuff is just stupid. That is just bloody stupid. Wankerdom. I mean, the information's out there. It's not like it's that hard to come by. Here, we could turn this into a Mark III. And just not put the box on this side. Or cut it down. Oh, this is the one for the other side. What about the one for this side? It's a bit of the case of the boy who cried wolf. You know, you keep, not you don't trust these people. Oh, I see what's going on. This one goes on that side, and this one goes on this side. But the problem is it's made to go on the back. So if you want to move it to the front, you have to flip it, and this side is hollow. Oh, the plot thickens. And the other side is still on the back. So I have to use this one for this side, and I have to use this one for this side, and it doesn't slope that way, it slopes this way. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. What I could do is go ahead and build the turret as the 37 millimeter one, and then because I could see having a Mark III with two Mark IIs, with the Mark III is the troop leader. Because it's got an extra commander. You got an extra commander that's that can go back to doing his radio and coordination duties. He's not the loader, because that's what he is here. In a two-man turret, he's the loader. All right. Humber, Mark II. Let's find out where this front wheel goes. How much is it overhanging? And it's not on every single model. It's like a bracket that goes across it. I want to see if it's where it fits. A fair number of them are missing it or have a different way to attach it. I'm not even gonna look at their instructions. I'm gonna go straight across. It makes sense to me. It makes sense to me. Ain't nobody got time for this. Big old bollock dropping. Excuse me, sir, you dropped your bollocks. You dropped a bollock. You're only one. Okay. Once we put this on here, no Mark IV. No, you can just do what they do in the instructions. Just replace the turret. Which I actually might do, in case I want... Really? I use super glue, for God's sakes. What a bloody tosser. This is easier to... No. Wow. You're just being a dick today. Wow. Make sure we're not pushing that out of place. Maybe if you use the Matchbox one, it's a little smaller, and use this turret for the Mark IV, and then modify it. That might be doable. But I don't have one of those laying around, so... Humber's humping a horch. You bloody horch humper. Alright. I think we need some water. I think we need some water. shouldn't have to double check a company that much. Let's make sure if they know what they're talking about. Oh, look, they bloody don't. And that's good because it looks too thin to be a 75 to me. You will need to get some Horch KFZ 70s for your Afrin Corps. They were used by the 15th and 21st Panzer Divisions. The only Krupp-Protz KFZ 70s were the ones with 20 millimeter AA. There's a Horch KFC 70 and a Protz KFC 70? What? Well, let's see what this micro mark thing. Man, I hope this isn't wrong because I believe you. It's just if I lose confidence in this guy too, then I'm on my own. I'm not trusting anybody. That's it. Let me look at the download here. Let's see exactly what he has to say. Okay, so here's a list from the. Well, let's go back. This is Kampf Group Vekmar, which is just a bunch of all the reconnaissance vehicles thrown together. Let's look at the ones from the actual Panzer Division that he says. 15th Panzer Division. Okay, you got a Panzer Battalion, the 2nd Panzer Battalion, Motorized Infantry Battalion, 115th Schützen Regiment. Let's let's go to the let's go to the computer. Let's go to the computer and let's look at this stuff. Let's go display capture. I've never seen a picture of a Krupp-Protz in desert livery. Never, ever. they're like France. So you see them like in early Russia, but that's about it. And it's a shame. It's a nice looking vehicle. I mean, I like how they look. Let's go here. All right, and because I'm not a KFZ expert. So let's see. This is machine gun battalion. Okay, I want to know what carries the freaking infantry. Battalion HQ is 3 KFZ 15 cars. Okay, what the hell is a KFZ 15? KFZ 15. Let me kill this overhead light. I can't see anything because of this LED lights in this room. My keyboard's illuminated and I can't look at any of the letters. It's like not useful to me. It's still not useful to me. This getting blind sucks. Okay, KFZ 15. Okay, so that's this little vehicle that's getting humped over here. KFZ 15 is like a general car. Some staff officer would be driving around, harumphing his way around. What's a German harumph? I'm sure there's an equivalent. Okay, so that's a battalion HQ. Signals platoon has one of those. KFZ 17 radio van. Okay, so that's this little vehicle. It's down here at the bottom. It's kind of an enclosed one. Okay, cool. And a tank platoon. 3 platoons, 1 8-man rifle squad, 50mm mortar, 1 KFZ 70 truck. And then 3 12-man rifle squads with 6 general purpose machine guns, 6 KFZ 70 or 3 trucks. Okay, so whatever a KFZ 70 is, it just says KFZ 70 or 3 trucks. The trucks doesn't say what they are. Oh, don't tell me there's a KFZ 70 that's a Crook Prots and a KFZ 70. It's not a Crook Prots. You evil motherfuckers. And that's why these assholes are the bad guys. Look at this. A Krupp Prots and a 70. Okay, so it's like a heavy horch car. Okay, well, I need to use those in the desert. It's really a half squad, isn't there? That's a lot of vehicles to move a half squad. Or you could use just trucks. Doesn't say what trucks there are. I would do Opel Blitzes. It's the ones you see all the damn time. It has things listed as KFZ 70 truck and also has listed as KFZ 70 or 3 trucks. So I wonder if a KFZ truck is really a KFZ truck itself. And then here it is. Heavy Weapons Company AT Platoon has a KFZ 69 truck that are carrying. 3 of them are carrying, 6 KFZ 69 trucks are carrying PaK 36s, and one's carrying a heavy machine gun. Is that the same case that they have KFZ? I mean, I hope that's good. I don't want to like doubt this guy's work, and then the next thing you know, I can't trust him at all. I'm not going to build one for Africa. I'm not. I've never seen a picture of it ever. And I like the truck. It's not that I don't like the truck. I'm not using it. I'm not sending him to Africa. Nope. Oh, here's interesting. The second machine gun battalion of the ZBV 200 Regiment, the MG platoons have the MG teams carrying in Ford 912 917Ts. Oh, it's a Wehrmacht Ford. It's an uglier Opel Blitz. Okay. You could mistake that as an Opel Blitz if you're not careful. Just scanning here to see if there's anything else that any other nomenclature. The anti-tank platoon that's in the Schutzen Regiment of the 115th has their tanks towed by SDKFZ 10s, which I agree with. I've got one of those painted. And also the ones that are in the Panzerjäger battalion, the towed weapons and that. Okay. Yeah, I'm not getting any Krupp-Protz. Krupp-Protz is like early 1941 Russia, France, and points in between. Let's see. Display capture. Let's go ahead and close this. Most of the Africa Corps transport was improvised. It was a mixture of vehicle types, including captured vehicles. Sure. Just when I thought they couldn't get any worse. Yeah, well, they had their own vehicles, so I'm not going to specifically capture them. Because then I have to, hey, what's this doing with the symbols of this unit? I don't mind doing captured vehicles, but the British get them first. Like, you got to do uncaptured vehicles before you do captured vehicles. Just like if you're going to do stuff for T-34s that are camouflage, you need like 20 of them not camouflage before we start doing camouflage T-34s. But we just have this light in here. We're just going to run it like this, which is how we used to run it at the old house. Okay. What else we got over here? Okay, are you dry now? I will weld your ass shut. Now, Let's continue putting this little wanker together. Not now you got me looking at everything, man. Now I'm like, is that really the case on everything? This guy makes a Humber that's put together nicely. Who makes that one? For Art. What's a new company? It's in yen. $20 for one. No thanks. That's just stupid. February 1945 decals. Polish Armor Division, France 44. No. All right, let's put these two little ones here. And the other one is here. Don't be flapping around. Wait, I could just use British tanks for all my Africa Corps. I learned it from watching Rogue Heroes. It's on TV. It must be true. Oh, they use those. They use those trainers for the. They use like those trainer planes for some of the Messerschmitts. What were these called? Typhoons? Ugly looking plane. I think that's what they're called. Most German aircraft I would not call ugly. These definitely fall into the category of ugly. Maybe sinister looking. Typhoon plane. Taifun plane. I believe that's what it is. BF 108. Yep. I want a gold star on my forehead for that one. There's no reason why I should know what the hell this thing is. Yeah, they used some Messerschmitts mocked up for those. That's an ugly ass friggin' plane. It's got too much visibility. The Bf-108 was adopted in the Luftwaffe service during the Second World War. This type was primarily used as a personnel transport and liaison aircraft. The aircraft involved in the Mechelen incident was a Bf-108. Furthermore, a Bf-108 served with the small... Furthermore, a Bf-108, that means one, served with a small long-range bombing group Sonderkommando Bleich, based in Africa. What the hell is the Mechelen incident? The Mechelen incident of 10th of January 1940, also known as the Mechelen Affair, took place in Belgium during the Phoney War. In the first stages of World War II, a German aircraft with an officer on board carrying the plans for Fall Gelb, the German attack on the Low Countries, crash-landed in neutral Belgium near Vught, in the modern-day municipality of Maasmechelen. This prompted an immediate crisis in the Low Countries amidst the French and British authorities, whom the Belgians notified of their discovery. However, the crisis was abated relatively quickly once the dates mentioned in the plans passed without incident. It has been argued that the incident led to a major change in the German attack plan, but this hypothesis has also been disputed. Never heard of it. God, it's an ugly plane. I'm going to show you a picture of it, but we're going to avoid showing the crooked spider on there. Which, don't get me wrong, all my stuff would have crooked spiders on it. I just don't want to. I don't want to end up like what's his face, painting Panzers. I was worried about that before that happened to him. But I don't put German marching music on any of my stuff. There's better stuff you can do. Their marching songs ain't worth a shit. The Mechelen incident. I'll tell you what, man. Native speakers of German shouldn't have any trouble clearing their throat of phlegm. I don't think it happens in the Middle East either. Whoops. All right. What else we got to put on this little bastard? We got these little boxes up here. I mean, it's still a good looking vehicle. I mean, yeah, okay, so it's got its issues, whatever. It's still a good looking vehicle, but they desperately need to do a better job with their instructions. And having like the wrong barrel on this is a bigger issue to me than being able to not fit the tire there. Because I could just switch the turret and nobody would know. It's not like staring you in the face. You got like the wrong barrel on something, or you got like a King Tiger with no muzzle brake, or something that is just off. That's gonna poke you in the eye. It's gonna be really hard to avoid something like that. But unfortunately, we're gonna have to make these. These are all gonna be plain light stone. All the Humbers with black numbers. But we are gonna put decals on the fenders because first of all, it adds a pop of color, and we know what unit we're gonna do. And if I'm going to do Operation Crusader, it's the only unit that had Humbers. So there's no doubt about it. It's the 11th Hussars. Huzzah for Hussars! Okay, got those two things on here. We've got a bunch of flimsies, including this one up here. I'm going to cut these off. We're going to decorate and procreate. What? Yeah, I actually like the Horch, those Horch 70s, the square ones. I don't like this Horch. I think that Horch is ugly. Sorry, I hurt your feelings, but you're ugly. But the other one, the square one, I think looks really good. It's a good looking vehicle. This vehicle looks like something Rommel would be traipsing around in. Because he didn't get his little command vehicle until 42. That little Grief half-track SDKFZ 250/3. That's like a Gazala thing. Yeah. Humber Mark II Desert images. Okay, here's one. All right, we're going to put these two things on top of the wheel wells back here in the back. And then one on the other end as well. Okay. I want to say there was one other thing that was on here. Oh no! It was on the honey. There was like an extra box left over on the honey that you didn't use for anything. Let's put this thing on here so it looks complete. And by the way, what's going on with the antennas? There's a spot here, but I have two antennas. And they're not on any of the instructions. They're not on the instructions at all. Hell, they weren't even listed in the parts manifest. They're just omitted completely. And they give you two of them. This one's probably the one that goes in the back. Where the hell does this one go? Maybe on top of that thing? No, there's one on that side too, so that wouldn't be it. Hold on 1 second. the side. Yeah. The piece that we're talking about that's not used on the honey let me see if I can find a honey here that's got that piece. It's the sprue. I guess it would be the sprue that has a suspension. So let's eliminate this. It's not going to be there. Not going to find it there. It's not part of that sprue. It's part of this one with the suspension. And it's this smaller box. I think, unless I'm losing my mind, which, you know, is quite the possibility. Here's the large box that goes on the back, but there's nowhere it tells you to put the little box. Now, it just shows the big box back here. You've got this extra box that's got nowhere to be. See, one of these is. And there's some containers of flimsies here, so forth. What did we do on this one? We added the side things. Yeah, we built it up to that point as well. And this one also. I don't know that I'm going to make I'm going to put tires on all the front of them, on every one of them. I mean, I like how it looks. But, you know, it's not like I need the tire for the sides. Yeah, that doesn't really fit on there, so. Yeah, it's actually this box right here. I don't know what the hell it goes to. It's not listed on the instructions. What, Let's see if I can find a picture of anybody that built any of these things together. Or even the 15 millimeter version, right? Plastic Soldier Company. That would work. Plastic Soldier Company. Humber. And let's look at photos, images. I think there's a picture of this thing on their Facebook page. And the person did a really good job on it, but has no antennas on there. So that's not very useful. How about this one right here? Arab-Israeli war. He's got the small antennas on the back here. And where does this large one go? Where does this one go? Is it an antenna? Let's cut this thing off. I may end up replacing this with wire, but I wouldn't mind the mount being on it. So let's move that. Maybe that's the one for this Humber 4. Let's see how this fits on here. Let's see how this fits. This could totally fit on there like that. And I could see lopping the very top of this off and putting my own wire. But then the Humber 4 turret's all the way back here in the back, so is the hole for it. I could see it back there as well. This other one is just like, I just don't know what to make of it. I'm sure I'll come up with the right decision. Okay, these bolt action ones. This is a Humber Mark IV. Here's a little notch for it in the back. Here's a little notch for it in the back. So this one goes here and the other one goes here. And on this one, it just has the one. So I see. So the Humber Mark IV, the other one goes, there's a little notch back here. And it would stick up. It would have two. This one would just have the one. And that makes sense because in Anyhow, that's yeah, that's where that goes on there. So we're not going to use the long antennas. And if we want to use any Mark IV turrets, then I'll put the long antenna on the Mark IV and leave this one off, and I can replace that one with wire. Okay. Yikes. Okay. Yikes, yikes, yikes. All right, so this goes. Yeah, and this one is easier to replace with wire because it goes right into the turret. This is like kind of free hanging on this little thing on the back. So if I want to mount for one of them, it's going to be this one. Let's go ahead and glue that into place. This is where you go. This is why you go to college, folks, so you can figure all these things out. Okay. And I'm gonna, we're not worried about that turret right now. And then what sits over on this thing? Humber Mark II. I like antennas because it adds some verticality to your models. Here's another one. And the last one is I'm going to go ahead and do that since I don't really have a use for this anyways. this wearing glasses sucks. Absolutely freaking sucks wearing glasses. There it is. Yeah. So this is kind of sway back at an angle. All right, if we look at the instructions of this, one of these is actually different. It's this one. It's like a little box. And expect that one to go like that, with a vertical flimsy next to it. And then it doesn't tell you what to do with the other flimsies. Although you can tell that they might be up front here. Am I going to make pennants? Absolutely. That's why the British vehicles are cooler than the Africa Corps. That and the counter scheme. Everybody's like, oh, Africa Corps is really cool. I don't think so. I mean, not, you know. I mean, their uniforms are cool. Yeah, and I may just remove this. Oh, where is the antenna for that one? I may end up removing it and just putting the top of it made of wire. Because, you know, we need more length than that. Hold on 1 second. Okay, the last one is here. And the flimsy cans are there for that. There's nothing left on here except yeah. And I'm going to have there's a variety of crew members. There's some of these guys that are coming out of the turret in these three kits, and the Valentines, the Humbers, and the Honeys that have short sleeves, and those are going to be the guys that we use. This guy will be a short sleeved guy because this is definitely not taking place in Tunisia. This is, although it's November and it was kind of cool at night, so. But they're not going to be permanently. I'm not going to have them permanently attached in there. I don't think I'm going to have them permanently attached in there. You hit rock bottom on. There we go. Yeah, those are probably going to get lopped off, and then I'll drill it into place and put a wire on there. I'm going to have the commander have a tire as well. Although it doesn't look like I did a great job of removing this. Now, this insolent thing. I don't know that I want. Let's see if we can get away with doing this. Let's see. I want this sideways. So the entire top of this and the center. Commander's hut, hatch. We have a temp commander we can put in there for the time being. Yeah, I'll be right there.
Okay.
I'll be right there. This fellow has the binocs. This is a perfect candidate to be on the lookout, since this is a I'm on the lookout type of vehicle. Kind of put it into perspective. They all have the large boxes on the bottom, on the back. The Honeys have some flimsy racks on them. I believe it's the Honeys that have them. Or maybe it's the Valentines. There's the Valentines that have them. Well, these boxes are going in the garbage can. All they're doing is creating chaos. I don't have anything left in the closet. So this isn't the instructions. This is the instruction for the Honeys. Valentine instructions. These are the ones for the Humber. They go on the back. Nothing really else of use there. Tabletop workshop. Yeah, postage was 24 pounds. 24 pounds 53. Yeah, the Humbers were 23.29. Almost just over 23 pounds. Which is okay. The problem is you got to pay extra to get them over here. So you either pay them hidden in the cost of somebody else vendor, that's a vendor where you pay it yourself. Where the hell is the instructions for the Valentine? Come on, man. I don't have. Oh, they're folded over here. You pieces of crap. All right. I believe there's a small rack of flimsies on here. Yeah. So I guess there's just 3 of them. I'll forego putting those on there for the current time. I'm gonna go ahead and put this one as is suggested. Now the only thing I don't like about it is the back of these flimsy boxes are hollow. So I don't really want it. Oh, that one isn't. Well, that's strange. Some of them are and some of them are not. Huh. Okay. No worries, mate. Where's the third one? I would have gone about this totally different. If I wasn't making a video for this. So hopefully that video benefits somebody, because it was a pain in the butt to make. Having to jump around like this. Here's one. Here's another. Here's another. Here's another. I'm going to cut this down. This is one for the Mark IV turret, supposedly. And this one that has the commander there. So we can get rid of this sprue there. That's a honey piece, that's a honey piece. This is stuff for the turret, which is the one I'm going to assemble. I've got one turret out here. I'll assemble that one. We don't need that. And then this is a lone commander. And a lone hatch. Nothing else in here. Valentine, Valentine, honey, 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 Valentine, 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 Valentine. Here's the other one. Here's a couple commanders. And I may cut those down to even a smaller size, but. And here's the stuff for the Mark IV turret. Christ. Okay. That's it, right? That's all the pieces for this for these Humbers. All right. The third box is this one. The kits themselves are about 20% cheaper from his eBay shop than PSC. You know, I've been looking at getting this stuff for months, and the price wasn't right. The price wasn't right. The price wasn't right. You know, and you'd get one of the big purveyors of their stuff, not big purveyors, but they only have like one pack of each, is here in the United States, is this place called Noble Knight. And Noble Knight will sometimes have one thing that like the shipping on it is like $4, but it's like $40 plus $4, so it's $44 for one thing. And you try to combine it with something else. They do offer shipping or combined shipping, but sometimes you'll want to combine it with something that's shipping is like $9. So now it's not such a good idea. So I'm telling you, like going back and forth and back and forth. It wasn't something that I really needed. So it's not like it was urgent. And there was this other vendor that was just that had honeys, and they had like 5 or 6 different packs of them or something like that, up to 6 or something. And every time you bought one, the price of the core one became cheaper. So like, you know, you might pay $40 for one, but you know, if you get 2, they're $37 each, and you buy 3, you know, so you have to weigh all that stuff together. And the only savings with this scale is if I find something like this at a flea market, a bring and buy, as you guys would call them here in the United States, I can get a good price on them because nobody does this scale. Nobody does this scale here in the States. So I guess you're right. You guys across the pond that say Americans are stupid. Yes, Americans are very stupid. They don't do 1/72 scale. Bunch of dumbasses. They used to. I think the people that did them just died off. And the new people do 28 mil. I'm not going to get bogged down. I'm not going to get bogged down with that because I'm not really interested in that at the moment. Okay. Do we have all these guys got, what do you call them? Long sleeves on. I'm gonna look at photographic evidence before I trust them. Now see, it's interesting. Here's a Warlord one. It has 2 flimsies on this side. And then, look, this Warlord did the same thing. It has the boxes exactly the same on both. No thing on the side, and has a Mark IV turret. So, yeah, I don't quite know. This one has the little box sitting up here. So I don't mind that. I don't mind that little variety to make them all different from each other. This one has a box. Let me get the jerry cans that come from the flimsies that come with the bound. See what they look like. See what we're dealing with here. The one pack I got from of the Sherman 76s from Canada. They're already put together. Oh, this has like a bottom tray or some shit like that. Baga. Okay, well, I'm going to actually put this little box over here on this one, on the Commander's one. His will be different. So let's put it in place. Is it centered? Kind of. So we're going to put one. Oh, you know what? You're not going to be able to open that then. Well, how the hell does he get it in this thing? Yeah, I like how I like how it looks. Okay. It's like they're all facing the same way when they're facing that way. So we're going to put one. And I'm not going to build a frame to put them on there. Okay. This one here, we want it to look different. So we're going to put the little box over here. I may have to hand paint the little numbers on the back. I don't know what that's going to entail at this point. put this one here as well, with no flimsies in front of it. Two of them here, front to back. And I got two flimsy left over. Okay, so all of these are different. And they can go ahead and go in the now. That's Valentine pieces. Honey, 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 honey. Okay. We have a box that's missing here on the back of this thing. These are the two new, those are the two new pieces. So one of these has the box still here. And here it is. Now find the box of flimsies, you motherfucker. Okay. It's fine. It's not like I don't have space to add more to the armored cars if I want to. Okay. Except that's not the box. That's the box I couldn't tell where it went. That might actually go on the front of the Humber. Don't be falling down. Don't you be falling down, right? This is the one for the back of this. I really wish they wouldn't put these marks on the joint between between the lid and the rest of the box. It makes it a bit challenging to clean up. Okay, and what did I do with this one? I ended up taking one set of these off. The ones here next to the rivet, to the rivets on the back. Yeah, I took that one. I took those off, so it would fit flush on there. Well, I hope in England people aren't sissyfoots about the cold weather. God, I'd hate the heater to be freaking blaring everywhere I went. Wow. Okay, let's try this. I've had about enough of cleaning off flash, though. I can tell you that much. Wait for somebody to say, man, isn't it a pain in the ass to do all that black lining on the tank? Not compared to cleaning off flash. Cleaning off flash is a pain in the ass. It's almost like I'm fixing somebody else's mistakes. And we got to take the rivets off the side here. The further south, the less capable of dealing with winter weather people are. Until you hit until you hit Argentina, right? Yeah, it's different if you got like snow or something like that, or ice. But I'm just talking about, cold weather. It's like, oh, we got to turn the heater on. Like, why? The heater kills all the humidity and you feel terrible. I remember when I took a trip to New York City. It was like 30 degrees out. Beautiful blue skies. Like, I wanted to be outside the whole time. But every time you went into some business, they had the heater blaring. Just blaring. Freaking killed me. Your throat felt like this the whole time. Like, man, put on some clothes. You can deal with the weather outside with the clothes you have on. Why can't you deal with it on the inside? I can't deal with the heat. Just sitting there and sweating. That's why I'm not going to Europe in the summertime. I'm a spoiled ass American that wants air conditioning. I'm not sitting around sweating around for no reason. Tony don't roll like that. It's a bloody Valentine's. Go away. Let's see. There's something that goes on the other side of this. Oh, the rack of flimsies. Okay. I figured there was something that went over there. Okay, so maybe I wasn't able to. Maybe I'm not able to donate the flimsies to the other side. I could make a mold out of it, but I'm really not in the mood to create even more work for myself. We're done with that one. Flim flams. That's what these things should have been called. Flim flams. Flimsy flammables. Right? Flim flams. It's the flim flam man. What is he? He's the guy that carries around the flimsies. I need to come up with a creative name for this guy right here. The Flim Flam Man. This is a good vehicle, but if you got to bail out of it, you got a problem. Have a hatch on the bottom? Maybe, but it's not pictured. I think everybody's got to come in through the commander's hatch. That's that's a problem. This might be a dual. This might be the driver's hatch might be removable like that. We can come out of it. And no antenna. And these are going to have them because they're swept. Swept antenna. Okay. This is the pieces for one of the American ones. Okay. We don't care about you. What's this? Another American one. Nope, we don't care about you. We don't care about you. Alright, so we should have 2 sprues here. Nope. Valentine, you can go away. Let's put this. Let me check one thing, and then we'll put this other honey together. Okay. Did any honeys not have sand skirts? I'm going to say we're not doing any without sand skirts. Side skirts, sand shields. I'm driving myself crazy when I was editing that video. I'm like, every time I said something, I mentioned them, I said something different. Now this one's going to have the commander's hatch open. One of the three. Let's just pull all this stuff out. Mm-hmm. And we can look at the terrible fit and finish on this. And today's a Saturday. I don't know what day of the week it feels like. Although I like this whole, 9 days off work, 2 days off, another 2. Yeah, this is what I was talking about. That doesn't fit well. Luckily, I wasn't building 12 at a time. Fits flush here on the bottom, on the back. On the front, we got a gap. What's up, man? About time you woke up. So yeah, fits great on the back like a glove. At the front, not so great. Not so great. Got a 1.5 mil or something like that. Yeah. Oh, we just fill it in with putty. It doesn't work that way. It won't look right. So what you got to do is you got to take this thickness off. There's this thickness between that sprocket. That's what all that needs to come off. So let's make sure this is closed because we're gonna. And luckily, the plastic these folks use works really well to remove. Removes real easy. Just a little bit more, we're good. I'm not a morning person, I know. Yeah, I hate mornings. Well, I didn't either. And then I realized I gotta wake up early to go to work. And I hate waking up early to go to work. So let me just wake up every day early for me. And then it just became, if I want some time alone for sure to do this stuff, I gotta do this in the mornings. There we go. And now it fits flush. Like the other side gotta do the same thing. It is a honey, not only a Stuart, it's a honey Stuart. Oh, I got a tanks of honey. If the Australians had gotten a hold of these, they probably would have been the first ones to get a hold of them. They'd probably call them, oh, it's a Butte. So it said M3 Butte. I have a solution, work night shifts. I don't have that choice. I worked night shift a long time ago when we had a night shift at work. I mean like in the 90s. Like in the early 90s. I was single. I didn't have to have any time to myself. I didn't have to make special time for myself. It was just like, I was a time for yourself all the time. I'd like to work from home. I could wear this then to work. That's one of the things I hate the most about work. It's like I can't wear, clothes I want to be in. I gotta basically wear clothes I don't want to be in. Because I don't want to trash clothes I want to be in by being at work. I don't trash them, but they get dirty and shit, or they could. I don't have to wear any PPE at home. Sewer honey. Must have been a sweet ride. Yep. Yeah, I was going to get 12. I was going to do 4 packs of these. And now my unboxing video would have been covered in honey. Yummy. But if it wasn't for the Brits, these tanks wouldn't have a name at all. Because Americans like calling things M3 Light, and that's it. They didn't give them a nickname or nothing. The Brits named everything. At least the tanks, anyways. At least that's what I was told. That's what I've read. We're going to the Waffle House. What did you do wrong? I wanted to go to the Waffle House a couple of years ago, 3 years ago, maybe 4 years ago. And then I went, I'm like, what the hell is wrong with me? But I don't really care for restaurants that you smell when you leave. Like a skillet. Whoa. Let's be careful. You can take some of this off. I think what it's. There we go. Okay. Even though the issue's up here. Certainly there's a restaurant like that in England where it's like, hey, we're good. You want to go to a restaurant? Where are you going? Here. No, I'd rather not. I'd rather forego eating. They have this buffet place here. I hate buffet places, but they have this one buffet place. And luckily my town doesn't have one of these restaurants. Not because I'd be tempted to eat there. And it's called the Golden Corral. I mean, it even sounds like it sounds like a food trough. Why would you want to eat more than your share if it tastes horrible? The Golden Corral. Giddy on up to the Golden Corral, partner. Are American Westerns popular in Britain? I can't believe that they are, but they probably are. Like, that's just a time period that just, I don't know if I, that's about as exciting, well, I was going to say, it's exciting as the Civil War, but that's not true. The American Civil War is worse. It's pretty much top of the list of things I'm not interested in. It's pretty high up there. Mosey on up to the Golden Corral, partner. Food trough. Mosey on up. That sounds like somebody who's a waddler. You're like, Good thing about being a waddler is nobody knows when you've shit your pants, because you'd walk the same way. All right, now these little guards here on the side, they're up next. Before I put these things on here, I need to go ahead and remove this major pain in the ass thing. That's because that's going to be coming up. That's going to be coming up shortly. Yeah, I'd hate mornings if caffeine had never been invented. Okay, that's a little applique armor. We need the front visor. This piece right here. We need the front machine gun. And these two little water cooler things, which I hate dealing with because they've got the seams in the wrong place to clean up. Whew. Going for another 10 hours. How long have I been on here? 5:36. Nah, I've got I got I got people at home, and they steal my momentum. But they're not here right now, so I mean I have to do this anyways. We might as well get on with it. I mean I'm enjoying the money that's already been spent. I might as well do this. You know, the worst thing you could do is buy shit and not do anything with it. It was 11:11, I think, is what it was. That was the record. 9.5 hours was the record one time for a while. I mean, you got to do it. You might as well do this. I know people that watch TV for that long. That's a waste of time. And if I wasn't doing this online, I'd just get less done. So get her done. That's that'd be UK version of it's like Larry the Cable Guy. Get her done. Get her done. I really wish I could put the little fuel canisters on here, but I just don't see any photographic evidence of them being in North Africa with those. It's a shame, but I don't see it. This isn't like make believe shit, you know? And we're gonna have to fill the top of these because somebody didn't do a very good job with how to design this. Let me do that big box across the top. I don't think I cut that thing off yet. Where's the other sprue of this thing? No. This is actually not my preferred way of doing things to be all this chaos. No, that's the Bloody Valentine. Here it is. These jokers are definitely having banners on them, and they're gonna have smoke. I'm gonna make the big smoke stuff that comes behind them, the big sand. Slinging sand. Slinging doost. All the way down. Yeah. I've definitely had enough of clean and flash though. It's a lot. Now the bloody doesn't go together turret. Doesn't go together well turret. This Marvin Harrington is tall as shit. Let's see how it compares to the Humber. It's super tall. Super, super tall. Okay, well, I'm going to cut this one off. And almost 6 hours. All right, folks, thanks for stopping by. And as you can see, you don't get that much done in 6 hours. You know, it takes a while to sift through stuff. All right, folks, thanks for stopping by. We'll see you guys on the next one. Bye-bye.